Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts had witnessed countless magical mishaps over the centuries, but none quite like the day Lyra Moonwhisper's wand decided to hiccup during Transfiguration class. The autumn morning had started ordinarily enough, if anything at Hogwarts could ever truly be called ordinary. Golden sunlight streamed through the high windows of Professor McGonagall's classroom, dust motes dancing like tiny fairy lights as third-year students attempted to transform teacups into tortoises. Lyra, a slight girl with silver-streaked dark hair and eyes that seemed to change color with her mood, had always possessed an unusual connection to magic. Her spells often produced unexpected results, leading some professors to whisper that she might have inherited traces of ancient wild magic. That morning, as she attempted the tortoise transformation, her wand emitted an unusual violet spark that spiraled upward, creating a shimmering tear in the very fabric of reality. The rift appeared like a curtain of liquid starlight, its edges crackling with temporal energy. Before Professor McGonagall could intervene, the tear expanded, enveloping Lyra in its ethereal glow. When the light faded, she found herself still in the Transfiguration classroom, but not her classroom. Gone were the warm sunbeams and her chattering classmates. Instead, she stood in a room thick with dust and decay, where broken furniture lay scattered like the bones of a long-dead beast. "Hello." Lyra's voice echoed in the emptiness, carrying with it the weight of undefined fears. The air felt different here, thinner somehow, as if the very magic that sustained Hogwarts was being slowly drained away. Through the grimy windows, she could see a sky the color of tarnished silver, where dark shapes wheeled and circled like vultures awaiting their next meal. A sudden movement caught her eye. From behind an overturned desk emerged a familiar face, though one marked by time and hardship. Lyra. The speaker was her best friend, Alice Blackwood, but an Alice who had aged at least 15 years. Her once bright blue eyes now held shadows of battles fought and lost, and a thin scar traced its way down her left cheek, like a tear frozen in time. "You shouldn't be here," older Alice whispered urgently. "But perhaps this is exactly where you need to be." She grabbed Lyra's hand, pulling her toward the door. "The feeders will have sensed the temporal disturbance. We need to move." As they hurried through the corridors of this future Hogwarts, Lyra's heart ached at the devastation. The moving portraits hung empty, their occupants long fled. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall had turned to ordinary stone, and the floating candles lay shattered on the floor below. But most disturbing was the silence. No student chatter, no ghostly conversations, no magical humming in the walls. In what had once been the room of requirement, they found others survivors of whatever catastrophe had befallen this timeline. Lyra recognized several faces, though all were older. Her herbology partner Thomas Chen, now missing an arm. The Ravenclaw prefect Sarah Williams, her hair completely white, despite being only in her 30s. And in the corner, bent over an ancient tome, Professor Flitwick, looking more goblin-like than ever in his advanced age. "The temporal rift brought her," Alice announced to the room, just like the book said it would. From within her robes, she pulled out a mysterious volume bound in shifting colors that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. Its pages appeared to write themselves even as Lyra watched, and she gasped as she saw her own name appear in shimmering ink. The Codex of Convergence, Professor Flitwick explained, his voice raspier than Lyra remembered. It appeared the day the feeders came, the day we lost everything. We thought it was a weapon at first, but it's more like a guide. It's been showing us fragments of the past, present, and future, helping us understand how to fight back. Over the next few hours, Lyra learned the terrible truth. In this timeline, a magical experiment gone wrong had drawn the attention of entities they called feeders, ancient beings that existed between realities and sustained themselves by consuming magical energy. They had been systematically draining magic from the world, starting with the most magically concentrated locations. Hogwarts, once the greatest magical school in existence, was now one of the last bastions of magical resistance. But the truly shocking revelation came when the Codex revealed the identity of the person responsible for bringing the feeders to their world, Professor Augustus Vale, Lyra's favorite teacher in her own time. The book showed how his well-intentioned research into expanding magical capacity had torn holes in the magical fabric of reality, allowing the feeders to enter their world. As the group planned their next move, the castle suddenly trembled. Through the windows, they could see them, the feeders. They appeared as tears in reality itself, moving like ink drops in water, their very presence causing magic to wither and die. The survivors grabbed their wands, though Lyra could see how weak their spells had become in this magic-starved world. The Codex began to glow, its pages turning rapidly before stopping on an illustration of a complex ritual circle. "This is it," older Alice said, her voice tight with urgency. "The book has been leading us to this moment. Lyra, you need to take this knowledge back with you. In your time, Vale hasn't yet completed his research. You can stop this future from happening." As the feeders pressed closer, their presence making the very air crackle with dying magic, the survivors formed a circle around Lyra. They began to channel what little magical energy they had left into recreating the temporal rift that had brought her there. The Codex floated before her, its pages containing the crucial information she would need. "But what about all of you?" Lyra asked, tears streaming down her face as she watched her future friends pour their remaining magic into the ritual. "We're already gone," older Alice smiled sadly. "But you can save everyone by preventing this future from ever happening." As the rift began to form around her, Lyra clutched the Codex to her chest. The last thing she saw was the determined faces of the survivors as they stood against the approaching feeders, buying her the seconds she needed to escape. She emerged back in her own time, mere moments after she had left, though the weight of years seemed to press upon her shoulders. Professor McGonagall was just raising her wand to investigate the fading purple spark, but Lyra was already running from the classroom, the Codex tucked safely in her robes. She had work to do. Somewhere in Hogwarts, Professor Vale was beginning the research that would doom the world. And only Lyra, armed with knowledge from a future that must never come to pass, could stop him. As she ran through the sunlit corridors of her own time, she heard the Codex's pages turning, writing new possibilities for a future not yet determined. The hardest part, she realized, would be convincing others of what she had seen and what she had to prevent. But as she opened the Codex, watching its pages fill with proof of her journey, she knew one thing for certain. The fate of magical world rested in her hands, and this time, the future would be different. Story 2. Professor Marcus Vale had always known that Hogwarts held secrets even the most learned wizards had yet to uncover. But as he stood in his ransacked potions storage room for the third time that week, watching bottles of precious ingredients hovering in mid-air before vanishing into the very walls themselves, he realized he was about to discover one of the castle's most extraordinary mysteries. The disappearances had started subtly enough: a vial of dragon's blood here, a jar of moonflower nectar there. Being new to the position of potions master, Vale had initially blamed his own disorganization. But when he caught sight of a bottle of phoenix tears literally melting into the stone wall one evening, he knew something far more unusual was afoot. That night, After the last echoes of student footsteps had faded from the corridors above, Veil followed a trail of softly glowing magical residue, deep into the foundation of Hogwarts. The ancient stones seemed to whisper as he passed, and portraits he'd never seen before watched his progress with unusual interest. The trail led him to a section of the dungeons he was certain hadn't existed on any school map, a circular chamber, with the walls pulsed with a faint, silvery heartbeat. "Professor Veil," a gentle voice echoed through the chamber. "We've been waiting for you." From the shadows emerged the translucent form of a ghost. Veil had never seen before a woman in medieval robes with an ethereal beauty that suggested she had been someone of great importance in life. She introduced herself as Lady Alara Blackstone, one of Hogwarts' earliest teachers, and what she revealed next would change Veil's understanding of the castle forever. The students responsible for this situation meant no harm, she explained, gesturing to a complex pattern of runes etched into the floor, clearly the work of inexperienced hands. They were merely trying to create a secret clubhouse, but they accidentally triggered something far older, an ancient transmutation ritual embedded in Hogwarts' very foundations by the founders themselves. The ritual, she explained, was designed as a last resort, a way to give the castle consciousness in times of dire need. The first-year students' amateur spellwork had inadvertently started the process, and now the castle was slowly awakening, consuming magical ingredients to fuel its transformation. Veil's initial relief at solving the mystery quickly turned to concern as Lady Alara continued. The ritual was never meant to be activated partially or accidentally. Without proper guidance, the awakening could become chaotic. Already, the castle's newfound awareness is manifesting in unexpected ways. As if to emphasize her point, the stones around them shifted slightly, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Throughout the castle, students had been reporting strange occurrences. Staircases that moved with purpose rather than whimsy, doors that opened only for those in emotional distress, and windows that adjusted their views to show students whatever they most needed to see. "But why show yourself to me?" Veil asked, watching as more ingredients from his stores materialized in the chamber, dissolving into the glowing runes. "Because, Professor Veil, you possess something rare, the ability to understand both the scientific precision of potion making and the wild, unpredictable nature of raw magic. You'll need both to prevent Hogwarts from becoming something its founders never intended." Over the next few days, Veil worked tirelessly with Lady Alara to understand the awakening process. They discovered that the castle was not just becoming conscious, it was developing emotions, memories, and desires. It had begun actively reshaping itself, creating new rooms and passages that reflected its growing personality. The situation reached a crisis point when the castle, now with the intelligence of a precocious child, but the power of an ancient magical artifact, began to question why it needed human inhabitants at all. Doors started sealing themselves randomly, and the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall displayed increasingly erratic weather patterns that reflected the castle's turbulent emotions. Veil realized they needed to act quickly. With Lady Alara's guidance and the reluctant help of the first years who had started it all, he began preparing for a complex ritual of his own. If they couldn't reverse the awakening, perhaps they could guide it toward a more harmonious conclusion. In the deepest part of the night, as the castle's awareness reached its peak, Veil gathered his allies in the original ritual chamber. The first years, wide-eyed but determined, took their places around the runic circle. Lady Alara hovered above, her ghostly form glowing brighter than usual. Veil had modified the original ritual using his expertise in potions, creating a complex mixture that would help stabilize the castle's developing consciousness. As they began the incantation, the walls themselves seemed to breathe, and every portrait in the castle turned to watch. What happened next would be discussed in whispered conversations throughout Hogwarts for years to come. The castle's magic merged with Veil's potion in a spectacular display of light and energy. For a moment, every stone, every corridor, Every secret passage of Hogwarts became visible to those in the chamber, a glowing blueprint of centuries of magical architecture and hidden wonders. When the light faded, the castle remained conscious, but had gained wisdom to match its power. It understood now that its purpose was not to exist independently, but to grow and learn alongside its inhabitants. The relationship between Hogwarts and its occupants had fundamentally changed, not as master and servants, nor as building and residents, but as partners in the grand adventure of magical education. Lady Alara smiled at Vale before fading away, her centuries-long vigil finally complete. The first years were sworn to secrecy, though they would forever share a special bond with the castle that their mishap had helped transform. As for Professor Vale, he returned to his potion stores, now mysteriously replenished with a new appreciation for Hogwarts mysteries. The castle had stopped stealing his ingredients, but sometimes, when he was brewing a particularly complex potion, he could swear the room adjusted its temperature and humidity to exactly the right conditions. In the years that followed, students and teachers alike would notice subtle changes in how Hogwarts behaved. The castle seemed more attentive to its inhabitants' needs, more protective of its charges, more alive than ever before. But only Vale and a handful of first years knew the full truth that within the ancient walls of Hogwarts, a new kind of magic had been born, one that would shape generations of young wizards and witches to come. And sometimes, late at night, if one listened very carefully, they might hear what sounded like the castle humming contentedly to itself, watching over its sleeping inhabitants with the kind of warm awareness that only comes from having not just a mind, but a heart. Story 3, the discovery of Cassandra Ravenclaw's true identity, began with a seemingly ordinary dream. But as she would soon learn, nothing was truly ordinary when you were the last living descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw. The dream came on a winter's night, as snow fell silently outside Ravenclaw Tower. Cassandra had always felt a peculiar connection to this part of the castle, but that evening, the familiar blue and bronze common room seemed to pulse with an ancient magic that called to her blood. In her dream, the eagle door knocker spoke not in riddles, but in prophecies, its bronze beak dripping with what looked like liquid starlight. When she awoke, her fellow sixth years were still sleeping soundly, but the air around her bed sparkled with residual magic. On her pillow lay a delicate silver diadem, not her ancestors' famous lost crown, but a smaller replica that seemed to have materialized from the very stuff of her dreams. The moment she touched it, visions flooded her mind. The sala precisa, the room of requirement, transforming into something terrible. Its magical walls were bleeding shadows, and through them came whispers in a voice that made her blood run cold. She saw Hogwarts' future, where the room had become a gateway to something ancient and malevolent, a dimension where an old enemy of her ancestor waited, plotting her return. You've finally noticed it, haven't you? The voice came from a portrait she'd passed 100 times before. Salazar Slytherin himself, painted in his prime, his eyes holding secrets that had waited centuries to be revealed. The signs have been there since you arrived. Young Ravenclaw, Cassandra approached the portrait cautiously, her new diadem humming with energy. You knew who I was. All this time. Of course. The castle knows its own. Slytherin's painted lips curved into a knowing smile. Just as it knows what's coming. The one who waits in the shadows, she was more than just Rowena's rival. She was her sister. The revelation struck Cassandra like a physical blow. Nothing in the history books had ever mentioned Rowena Ravenclaw having a sister. But as Slytherin spoke, more visions came, showing her the truth that had been hidden for a millennium. Helena wasn't Rowena's only daughter. There had been another Morgana Ravenclaw, a witch whose brilliance matched her mother's, but whose ambitions ran darker. While Rowena sought to build Hogwarts as a sanctuary of learning, Morgana believed magical knowledge should be used to rule over the non-magical world. The sisters' conflict had escalated until Rowena was forced to banish Morgana to a dimension between worlds, sealed away by powerful magic tied to the very foundations of Hogwarts. The Room of Requirement, originally Morgana's personal study, became the linchpin of her prison. But now the seals are weakening. Slytherin's portrait continued, and Morgana has had 1,000 years to plot her revenge. She doesn't just want to return, she wants to remake Hogwarts in her own image, transforming it into a fortress from which to launch her conquest. Over the next few weeks, Cassandra worked in secret with Slytherin's portrait, learning the truth about her heritage and the magic that ran in her veins. The diadem she discovered was a key created by Rowena herself, a failsafe meant to help her descendants if Morgana ever found a way to return. But the greater revelation came when Slytherin showed her the hidden truth about the Founder's falling out. His own departure from Hogwarts hadn't been solely about his views on magical bloodlines. He had discovered Morgana's attempted return and disagreed with the other Founders about how to handle it. While they chose to keep the truth hidden to protect the school's reputation, he believed future generations should be warned. As the winter deepened, Cassandra's visions became more urgent. She saw the Room of Requirement's magic being twisted, corrupted by Morgana's influence. Time was running out. The final confrontation came during the winter solstice, when the barrier between dimensions was at its thinnest. Cassandra stood before the Room of Requirement, the diadem glowing on her brow. Slytherin's portrait relocated nearby to guide her through what must be done. The room, when it appeared, was nothing like she'd ever seen before. Gone were its usual adaptable walls. Instead, she faced a chamber that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions at once, its architecture defying the laws of physics. At its center, a figure was taking shape, a woman with Rowena's beauty, but none of her wisdom, her eyes burning with 1,000 years of hatred. "My dear niece," Morgana's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "How kind of you to welcome me home." But Cassandra was ready. The diadem had shown her not just the danger, but the solution. As Morgana attempted to step fully into their world, Cassandra began to sing an ancient counterspell woven into her very DNA, passed down through generations of Ravenclaws who never knew they carried it. The battle that followed would become legend, though few would know its true nature. Morgana's dimensional magic clashed with Cassandra's inherited power, their spells lighting up the castle-like aurora borealis. But in the end, it was neither combat nor cunning that won the day, it was understanding. Through the diadem's power, Cassandra saw the full truth of Morgana's past, including the pain and rejection that had led her down her dark path. In that moment of clarity, she did what Rowena hadn't been able to do. She offered forgiveness. The Room of Requirement, responding to the deepest need present, transformed one final time. Instead of a prison, it became a bridge allowing Morgana to return not as a conqueror, but as a penitent ready to make amends. Salazar Slytherin's portrait watched with satisfaction as aunt and niece left the room together, the past's wrongs finally being made right. The castle's magic settled back into its familiar patterns, but now with an added layer of protection born from reconciliation rather than conflict. Cassandra Ravenclaw would go on to become one of Hogwarts' most renowned headmistresses, with her reformed aunt serving as an invaluable advisor. Their story became a reminder that even the darkest chapters of history could be rewritten with wisdom, courage, and the power of forgiveness. And in the halls of Hogwarts, the Eagle Knocker returned to its riddles, though sometimes late at night. It still spoke of visions, keeping watch for the next time the castle's guardians would be needed. Story 4. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, where ancient magic wove through the trees like morning mist, a house elf named Pip made a discovery that would change the fate of Hogwarts forever. He hadn't meant to venture so far from the castle house elves rarely did, but a peculiar golden light dancing between the trees had called to him with an urgency he couldn't ignore. In a clearing bathed in amber sunlight, beneath a canopy of leaves that seemed to whisper ancient secrets, Pip found what generations of wizards had believed lost to time, a dragon's nest. But not just any dragon's nest. Within a shell of crystallized sunlight lay a creature of legend, a golden dragon hatchling, its scales shimmering like liquid light. Pip's large eyes grew wider as he recognized the significance of his discovery. Golden dragons weren't just rare, they were thought extinct, eliminated centuries ago by dark wizards who feared their unique ability to amplify and purify magical energy. The last recorded sighting had been during the time of the founders themselves. As he stood transfixed, the egg began to crack. The hatchling that emerged was no larger than a cat, its scales catching the sunlight and throwing miniature rainbows across the clearing. When it opened its eyes swirling pools of molten gold and fixed them upon Pip, the house elf felt a connection form that transcended the usual bonds between magical creatures. "Young master," Pip whispered, bowing slightly. The dragon chirped in response, a sound like tiny bells ringing. But the peaceful moment was shattered by a distant crack of apparition. The ministry had detected the surge of ancient magic. Within minutes, Pip could hear the sounds of aurors making their way through the forest, their magical probes seeking the source of the power spike. Without hesitation, Pip scooped up the dragon. House elf magic was different from wizard magic, more subtle, less detectable. Using his own brand of apparition, he transported them both to the one place in Hogwarts he knew they wouldn't be found, the forgotten storage rooms deep beneath the kitchen, where generations of house elves had kept the castle's secrets. Over the next few weeks, Pip divided his time between his regular duties and caring for the dragon, whom he named Aurelius. The young dragon grew quickly, not in size but in awareness. Its intelligence was remarkable, and its presence seemed to enhance the very magic of the castle. Plants in the greenhouse bloomed more vibrantly, potions became more potent, and even the ghosts seemed more solid. But keeping such a secret proved increasingly difficult. The Ministry of Magic had stationed aurors at Hogwarts, officially for routine security enhancement. Pip knew better. They were searching for the source of the magical surge, convinced it represented a potential threat. The situation reached a critical point when Pip discovered an ancient text in the House Elves' archive, a diary belonging to Helga Hufflepuff herself. In it, she described the Founder's greatest secret, a protective spell woven into Hogwarts' very foundations, anchored by a golden dragon. The dragon's power had maintained the castle's strongest defenses for centuries, until the last one vanished during a dark wizard's attack. Without this protection, Hogwarts was vulnerable to forces the Founders had fought to keep at bay. Aurelius wasn't just a rare creature, he was the key to restoring the castle's most ancient and powerful safeguards. But the diary contained a warning. The ritual to establish the connection had to be performed on the night of a lunar eclipse, when the castle's magical foundations were most receptive. The next eclipse was mere days away, and the aurors were growing closer to discovering Aurelius's existence. Pip faced an impossible choice: reveal Aurelius and risk the ministry taking him away, or attempt the ritual alone and possibly fail, leaving Hogwarts forever vulnerable. The decision was made for him when one of the aurors, following traces of ancient magic, nearly discovered their hiding place. In that moment of crisis, Aurelius revealed another forgotten ability of golden dragons, the power to communicate telepathically with those they trusted. "We must protect Hogwarts." The dragon's thoughts resonated in Pip's mind. "It is why I was called here, why I chose to hatch for you on the night of the eclipse as the moon's light dimmed over the castle." Pip and Aurelius made their way to the heart of Hogwarts, the chamber deep beneath the Great Hall, where the castle's founding stones had been laid. The aurors patrolling the corridors never noticed the shimmer of house elf magic as Pip guided them through secret passages known only to his kind. The ritual chamber was a perfect circle of ancient stone, marked with runes that glowed faintly in the darkness. As Pip began, the incantation words passed down through generations of house elves who had served as the castle's secret keepers. Aurelius took flight for the first time, circling the chamber as his golden light grew brighter and brighter. But they weren't alone. The Aurors, detecting the surge of power, converged on the chamber. Just as they burst through the doors, wands raised, something extraordinary happened. The ghosts of all four founders appeared, summoned by the ancient magic being awakened. Lower your wands, Rowena Ravenclaw's spirit commanded. You witness not a threat, but a renewal. As the Aurors stood transfixed, Salazar Slytherin's ghost explained the truth about golden dragons and their role as Hogwarts guardians. Godric Gryffindor spoke of courage taking many forms, including that of a humble house elf who put the school's safety above his own. And Helga Hufflepuff smiled proudly at Pip, acknowledging his loyalty. The ritual completed itself in a burst of golden light that spread through every stone of the castle, renewing protections that had slept for centuries. Aurelius landed gently beside Pip, now permanently bound to Hogwarts as its guardian, with Pip as his chosen keeper. In the years that followed, Aurelius grew into a magnificent creature, though he remained smaller than other dragons, just large enough to curl comfortably in the chamber that became his lair. The Ministry, after much debate, officially recognized him as a protected guardian of Hogwarts, and Pip was elevated to a new position, Keeper of the Golden Dragon. Students would sometimes glimpse a flash of golden scales in the castle corridors, or hear the distant sound of bell like dragon song. Few knew the full story, but all felt the renewed strength of Hogwarts' protective magic, and whispered tales of the house elf who had found and saved a creature of legend. And in the deepest heart of the castle, where ancient magic pulsed like a living thing, a golden dragon and his house elf friend kept their eternal watch, guardians of secrets old as Hogwarts itself. Story 5. The forbidden wing of Hogwarts Castle held many secrets, but none quite as compelling as the one Felix Nightshade discovered on that fateful autumn evening. Moonlight filtered through centuries-old stained glass, casting prismatic shadows across the dust-laden floor as the young Slytherin traced his fingers along the spines of forgotten tomes in the restricted section. His emerald-trimmed robes whispered against ancient stone as he moved, drawn inexorably toward a peculiar energy that seemed to pulse from deep within the library's depths. It began with a whisper, or perhaps a memory of one carried on the draft, that perpetually haunted the castle's highest towers. Felix might have dismissed it, had the sound not formed words in a language he shouldn't have understood. Keeper of secrets, seeker of truth. The veil between worlds grows thin. The diary practically fell into his hands. Its weathered leather cover warmed to the touch despite the chamber's perpetual chill. Its pages bore the careful script of a student long past, one Sebastian Blackthorne, dated 1847, but it was the content that made Felix's breath catch in his throat. Detailed within were instructions for a ritual that promised to bridge the gap between the world of the living and the dead, not through dark magic or forbidden necromancy, but through an ancient pact with an entity known only as the Veil Keeper. Felix might have dismissed it as the ravings of a troubled mind, had the castle not chosen that moment to reveal its next secret. A shimmer in the air solidified into the translucent form of Helena Gryffindor, not the famed Grey Lady who haunted Ravenclaw Tower, but a different ghost altogether, one whose existence had been all but forgotten by the current inhabitants of Hogwarts. "You found it then," she said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "Sebastian's journal. I wondered who would be next." The ghost's eyes held a sadness that transcended death itself, and Felix found himself drawn into a tale that would change everything he thought he knew about Hogwarts history. Helena had been there when Sebastian performed the ritual, had watched as the veil between worlds thinned enough to allow passage in both directions. But what they'd awakened was far more dangerous than either had imagined. Over the next few weeks, the signs became impossible to ignore. The ghosts of Hogwarts grew restless, their usually translucent forms taking on an unsettling opacity. Sir Nicholas, the Bloody Baron, and even Peeves the Poltergeist began to display abilities they shouldn't have possessed, moving physical objects, affecting the castle's very magic itself. But it was the appearance of long-dead champions that truly signaled the gravity of their situation. They came first as whispers in the halls, Cedric Diggory's laugh echoing in the Hufflepuff common room, the phantom sound of Lily Potter's footsteps in the dungeons. Then came the physical manifestations, the spectral form of a medieval tournament champion practicing sword work in the Great Hall, the ghost of a long-dead Triwizard winner reliving their final moments again and again in the grounds. These were no ordinary ghosts, Felix realized as he worked with Helena to understand Sebastian's research. They were echoes of Hogwarts' greatest defenders, drawn back through the weakening veil by some unseen force. But their return wasn't the peaceful reunion some might have hoped for. These champions carried with them an ancient rage, a sense of unfinished business that threatened to tear the very fabric of Hogwarts apart. Helena's own story emerged gradually, like a photograph developing in moonlight. She had been more than just a witness to Sebastian's ritual. She had been its catalyst, its vital component. In life, she had served as a secret keeper for the founders themselves, entrusted with knowledge of a pact made between the four greatest wizards of their age and the mysterious Veil Keeper. This entity had granted Hogwarts its deepest magics, its most powerful protections, in exchange for a promise that had been broken somewhere in the centuries since. Working together in the shadowed hours between classes, Felix and Helena pieced together the truth hidden in Sebastian's cryptic notes. The journal wasn't just a record of his experiments, it was a warning. The veil between worlds had been maintained by the original pact, but something had weakened it. The returning champions weren't seeking revenge. They were trying to prevent a catastrophe that only they could see coming. As the winter solstice approached, the situation grew dire. The ghost champions began to converge on the castle's highest tower, their spectral forms growing more solid with each passing day. Helena's own form flickered between transparency and near corporeal existence, her connection to both worlds making her the perfect bridge between Felix and the increasingly aggressive spirits. The solution, when they finally understood it, was both simple and heartbreaking. The original pact had required a sacrifice not of life, but of memory. Each founder had given up their most precious memory to the Veil Keeper, ensuring that the boundary between worlds would remain strong. Over centuries, those memories had begun to fade from the very stones of Hogwarts itself, weakening the ancient magic. On the longest night of the year, as the champions' ghosts gathered in a spiraling dance around the astronomy tower, Felix made his choice. With Helena's guidance and Sebastian's journal open before him, he began the ritual that would restore the balance. One by one, the champions approached, each offering a memory of their finest moment, their greatest triumph at Hogwarts. Felix served as the conduit, experiencing each memory as if it were his own before releasing it to the Veil Keeper's safekeeping. As the final memory was offered Helena's own recollection of the Founder's original pact, the air itself seemed to shiver. The ghost champions began to fade, their purpose fulfilled, their rage finally quieted. Helena remained, though her form was different now, more peaceful than Felix had ever seen her. "The pact is renewed," she said softly, "but the price must still be paid. You understand what this means?" Felix nodded, feeling the weight of his own memories growing lighter, more distant. He would forget this night, forget Helena and the journal, and the truth about the Veil Keeper. But Hogwarts would remember, its stones once again humming with the power of sacrificed memories, its boundaries between worlds restored to their proper strength. As dawn broke over the Scottish Highlands, Felix Nightshade made his way back to the Slytherin common room, the events of the night already fading from his mind like morning mist. In the restricted section, Sebastian's journal had turned 2 blank pages, ready for the next seeker of truth, who might need to restore the balance once again. And in the highest tower, Helena Gryffindor stood watch, guardian of a secret that would sleep safely in the castle's stones for another century to come. For in Hogwarts, some magics are best left forgotten, preserved only in the whispered songs of ghosts and the dancing shadows of moonlit corridors. Story 6. Lightning split the Scottish sky as Aurora Starweaver stood atop the astronomy tower, her Ravenclaw robes whipping in the wind. Something was wrong with Hogwarts magic. She could feel it in her bones, in the way the castle's very stones seemed to shiver beneath her feet. But it wasn't until the first gargoyle turned its head to watch her that she knew true fear. For centuries, the stone guardians had kept their vigil in silence, their grotesque faces frozen in eternal grimaces. Now, as thunder rolled across the grounds, ancient stone ground against stone, as dozens of wings unfurled from their perches. The curse that had held them in stasis for generations was breaking, and with it, the very foundations of Hogwarts' magical protection began to crack. Aurora's expertise in transfiguration had always drawn her to the castle's stone sentinels. She'd spent countless hours studying their intricate designs, theorizing about the magic that had shaped them. But nothing in her research had prepared her for the sight of their eyes blazing with sickly green fire, or the sound of their wings beating against the storm-dark sky. It was during her desperate flight through the castle's corridors that she stumbled upon the forgotten portrait. Hung in a dusty alcove, its frame tarnished by time, was the image of Artemis Ravenclaw, not the founder herself, but a descendant who had served as headmaster centuries ago. His eyes, sharp even through the grime of ages, fixed upon Aurora with startling recognition. "So," he said, his voice crackling like ancient parchment, "it begins again. Tell me, child, have you discovered your birthright yet?" The revelation of her lineage direct descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw herself came with both power and burden. Through Artemis's guidance, Aurora learned of the Chamber of the Founders, a secret sanctuary that predated even the infamous Chamber of Secrets. Here, in a room hidden behind centuries of magical wards, lay the truth about Hogwarts gargoyles and the power they were meant to contain. But she wasn't alone in her quest. The castle's ghosts, usually bound by ancient magic to their appointed haunts, had broken free of their constraints. Nearly headless Nick, the Grey Lady, and even the Bloody Baron joined her cause, each carrying fragments of knowledge passed down through centuries of observation. The gargoyles were never meant to be mere decorations, the Grey Lady explained as they hurried through secret passages. They were created as Locke's physical manifestations of the magical barriers keeping something ancient, something terrible, contained within the Chamber of the Founders. Aurora's search for the chamber led her through forgotten parts of the castle, where portraits whispered secrets and staircases moved with purpose rather than whimsy. Each step brought new challenges, corrupted suits of armor that tried to bar her path, ancient wards that tested not just her magical ability, but her worthiness as Ravenclaw's heir. The ghost of a long-banished headmaster, found in a portrait hidden behind a tapestry in the dungeons, taught her the first of the protection spells magic that felt both foreign and familiar, as if her very blood remembered the incantations. But it was the Bloody Baron who revealed the most crucial piece of information. The gargoyle's awakening was no accident. Someone or something was deliberately weakening Hogwarts' oldest defenses. As the castle's stone guardians grew more aggressive, tearing at the very walls they were meant to protect, Aurora raced against time to master the complex series of spells that would allow her to access the Chamber of the Founders. Each incantation had to be perfect, each movement precise, for these were not ordinary protection charms, but the very magic that had helped build Hogwarts itself. The chamber, when she finally found it, lay beneath the Great Hall, in a space that seemed to exist between realities. Here, the air itself sparkled with ancient magic, and the walls were carved with runes that told the true story of Hogwarts' founding. At the chamber's heart stood a pedestal, and upon it, a crystal sphere that pulsed with an inner light. But she wasn't the first to reach it. A figure stood before the pedestal, the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Blackthorn, his hands raised toward the sphere. The corruption spreading through the gargoyles emanated from him in waves of dark energy. "You don't understand what you're protecting," he said, not turning to face her. The founders trapped something here that could revolutionize magical society. Power beyond imagination, locked away by those too afraid to use it. The battle that followed would be spoken of in whispers for generations to come. Aurora, armed with the ancient protection spells and supported by the ghosts of Hogwarts past, faced off against a wizard who had spent decades planning this moment. Spells ricocheted off the chamber's walls, their light reflecting off the crystal sphere in kaleidoscopic bursts. In the end, it was not power that won the day, but understanding. The protection spells Aurora had learned weren't meant to fight or destroy, they were meant to restore balance. As she cast the final incantation, the sphere's light intensified, reaching out to touch each corrupted gargoyle throughout the castle. The stone guardians, their green fire fading, returned to their perches. But they were changed no longer mere statues, but true sentinels alive with purpose. The magic that had been meant to corrupt them instead awakened their original purpose as protectors of Hogwarts' deepest secrets. Professor Blackthorn, his plans in ruins, found himself bound by the very magic he had tried to corrupt. The ghosts, led by the Bloody Baron, became his eternal wardens, ensuring that the knowledge of the Chamber of the Founders would never again be used for dark purposes. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, Aurora stood once more atop the astronomy tower. Below, the gargoyles kept their watch, but now she could see the subtle movements of wing flexing here, a head turning there that showed they were truly awake and aware. They were no longer just decorations or even locks, but partners in protecting the school's most ancient secrets. The portrait of Artemis Ravenclaw was moved to a place of honor in the Ravenclaw common room, where he could continue to guide future generations. But the entrance to the Chamber of the Founders remained hidden, protected by spells that only a true heir of Ravenclaw, one who understood that power must be tempered by wisdom, could ever hope to unravel. And if students sometimes noticed that the gargoyles seemed to watch them with particular interest, or that the castle's ghosts appeared more purposeful in their haunting, well, that was simply another of Hogwarts' countless mysteries. Another layer of magic in a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary grew thinner with each passing year. Story 7. The deepest dungeons of Hogwarts held secrets that even the most ancient of ghosts had forgotten. Professor Thaddeus Grimsbane knew this better than most, having spent 7 years as the school's youngest potions master, exploring the labyrinthine passages beneath the castle. But nothing could have prepared him for what he discovered on that fateful winter evening, when the torchlight caught something that shouldn't have been there, a mirror that cast no reflection at all. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary-looking glass, its ornate frame dulled by centuries of neglect. But as Thaddeus approached, wiping away layers of dust with his sleeve, the surface began to ripple like quicksilver. Instead of his own reflection, he saw Hogwarts, but not as it stood today. This was Hogwarts as it might be, its proud towers darkened by magic far more sinister than anything that had come before. In this shadowed version of the school, black-robed figures moved through the corridors with mechanical precision, their faces obscured by masks that seemed to absorb light itself. Students marched in formation, their wands raised in perfect unison, as they practiced dark arts that had been forbidden for centuries. And standing atop the astronomy tower, a figure in ancient ceremonial robes conducted it all like a symphony of darkness. The vision changed with each viewing, showing different paths, different possibilities. Some were bright with hope, others dark with despair, but all centered around a coming crisis that would shake Hogwarts to its foundations. Thaddeus found himself returning night after night, watching these alternate futures unfold like pages in a prophecy. It was during one of these nocturnal visits that he met Cassandra Munchido, a transfer student whose sudden arrival seemed too convenient to be coincidence. She stood in the doorway of the chamber, her Hufflepuff robes at odds with the ancient power that seemed to radiate from her very being. "The mirror of divergent faiths," she said, her voice carrying the weight of hidden knowledge. "I've been looking for it since I arrived." The necromancers are coming, Professor Grimsbane. And that mirror might be our only hope of stopping them. Cassandra's gift of clairvoyance had shown her fragments of what Thaddeus had seen in the mirror, the rise of an ancient order of dark wizards who had mastered death itself. They called themselves the Order of the Eternal Night, and they had waited centuries for the perfect moment to strike. Hogwarts, with its confluence of ley lines and ancient magic, would be their first target. Together, Thaddeus and Cassandra began recruiting students who might help prevent the darkest futures from coming to pass. From Gryffindor came Marcus Lionheart, whose courage was matched only by his skill in defensive magic. Ravenclaw provided the brilliant but eccentric Luna Nightwhisper, whose understanding of theoretical magic bordered on the revolutionary. Slytherin's Corvus Shadowman brought generations of family knowledge about the dark arts, while Hufflepuff's Sarah Truthweaver possessed an uncanny ability to detect deception in any form. The mirror became their guide, showing them the consequences of each choice, each possible path. But with each viewing, Thaddeus felt a growing unease. The mirror's power was addictive, offering the temptation to right every wrong, to fix every mistake. He found himself lingering longer before it, wondering if he could use it to change his own past, to save his family from the tragedy that had driven him to Hogwarts in the first place. It was Cassandra who noticed the toll it was taking on him. The mirror shows us possibilities, she warned, but living too much in what might be blinds us to what is. The necromancers are counting on that distraction. Her words proved prophetic. The first signs of infiltration were subtle missing books from the restricted section, strange symbols appearing on the castle walls, students reporting odd gaps in their memories. The Order of the Eternal Night was already moving, placing their pieces on the board with careful precision. The breaking point came during the winter solstice, when the boundary between life and death grew thinnest. The necromancers struck from within, their agents revealed among both students and staff. The Great Hall became a battlefield, spells flying as the defenders tried to protect younger students from dark magic that could steal the very breath from their lungs. But Thaddeus and his unlikely band of heroes were ready. Using knowledge gained from countless possible futures, they had prepared defenses the necromancers never expected. Luna's theoretical magic became reality as she raised shields that turned death magic back on its casters. Marcus led the countercharge, his defensive spells protecting others even as he pressed the attack. Corvus turned the dark arts against their masters, while Sarah's truth-sensing ability exposed hidden enemies throughout the castle. The final confrontation took place in the Chamber of the Mirror itself, where the leader of the necromancers sought to corrupt the very magic that had built Hogwarts. But as he raised his wand to shatter the mirror of divergent fates, Thaddeus finally understood its true purpose. The mirror had never been meant to change the future. It was meant to show them how to face it. In that moment of clarity, Thaddeus cast aside his fears of failure and his dreams of changing the past. Instead, he embraced the present, channeling his power through the mirror, not to change reality, but to protect it. The mirror's surface exploded with light, amplifying the combined magic of all those who stood against the darkness. When the light faded, the necromancers were gone, not dead, but bound into the very stones of Hogwarts, their power transformed from destruction to protection. The mirror itself had changed, its surface now showing only the present moment, a reminder that the future is shaped not by what we wish might be, but by what we choose to do here and now. In the years that followed, Thaddeus kept the mirror in his office, though he never again sought to view alternate futures within its depths. Instead, it served as a reminder that Hogwarts' greatest strength lay not in ancient artifacts or powerful magic, but in the unity of those who called it home. Cassandra remained at Hogwarts as the new divination teacher, her gift for clairvoyance tempered by the wisdom that some futures are best discovered as they unfold. The students who had fought alongside them became legends in their own right, their story a reminder that courage comes in many forms and that the darkest futures can be averted when different houses stand together. And if sometimes in the deepest hours of the night, the mirror's surface rippled with possibilities yet to come, well, that was just another of Hogwarts' countless mysteries, a reminder that magic, like life itself, is full of choices waiting to be made. Story 8. The Great Hall erupted in chaos as Lyra Moonweaver's wand exploded with golden light during the annual dueling tournament. The Hufflepuff-born witch stood frozen in shock as ethereal voices filled the air, voices that hadn't been heard in Hogwarts for over 1,000 years. The founders were speaking, and somehow, impossibly, she could understand them all. Helga Hufflepuff's warm laughter echoed through the rafters, while Rowena Ravenclaw's measured tones debated theoretical magic with Godric Gryffindor's booming baritone. But it was Salazar Slytherin's whispered secrets that made Lyra's blood run cold, warnings of an ancient power stirring beneath the castle's foundations, a nexus of pure magical energy that predated Hogwarts itself. Professor McGonagall cleared the hall immediately, but not before every student had seen the ghostly figures that had briefly materialized around Lyra, 4 distinct shapes that spoke of power and wisdom long forgotten. As a Muggle-born witch, Lyra had always felt she had something to prove. Now, standing in the headmistress's office surrounded by portraits of former headmasters, she realized she had proven something none of them had expected. "It's never been documented before," Professor Flitwick squeaked excitedly, a witch with the ability to channel the founders themselves. "The magical implications are extraordinary." But it was the portrait of Salazar Slytherin, hanging in a shadowed corner and rarely acknowledged, that caught Lyra's attention. Unlike the sneering face she'd seen in history books, this Slytherin appeared weary, his eyes holding secrets that seemed to burden him even in painted form. "The Nexus awakens," he said softly, speaking directly to Lyra while the others debated her newfound ability. "I feared this day would come. The pure-blood fanatics believe they can harness its power, but they don't understand what they're dealing with. The Nexus predates our kind. It's why we built Hogwarts here in the first place." Over the following weeks, Lyra learned to control her connection to the founders. Their voices came to her in moments of quiet, teaching her magic that had been lost to time. Hufflepuff showed her how to feel the castle's heartbeat, the rhythmic pulse of protective enchantments that had kept generations of students safe. Ravenclaw taught her to see the intricate weave of spells that held the ancient stones together. Gryffindor's guidance strengthened her dueling skills, preparing her for battles he seemed certain were coming. But it was Slytherin's teachings that proved most crucial. His portrait revealed the truth about his departure from Hogwarts, not a rage against Muggle-born students, as history had recorded, but a desperate attempt to prevent anyone from accessing the nexus of power beneath the school. His Chamber of Secrets had been created not to house a monster, but to serve as the first line of defense against those who had tried to tap into the ancient magic. The danger revealed itself during the Winter Feast, when a group of pure-blood extremists calling themselves the Hereditary Order made their move. They had spent years infiltrating the school's staff, positioning themselves to seize control of the Nexus. Their leader, Augustus Blackthorn, had traced his lineage back to the founders themselves and believed it was his birthright to claim the power they had sealed away. Lyra found unexpected allies in her quest to stop them. Luna Lovegood's daughter, Celeste, possessed her mother's ability to see what others missed. Scorpius Malfoy, determined to redeem his family name, brought generations of dark arts knowledge to counter the Hereditary Order's magic. And James Potter III, living up to his namesake's reputation for trouble, proved invaluable in navigating the castle's secret passages. The final confrontation took place deep beneath Hogwarts, in a chamber that hummed with raw magical energy. The Nexus revealed itself as a swirling vortex of pure power, its golden light casting strange shadows on ancient stone walls covered in runes that predated known wizarding history. As Blackthorn and his followers attempted to breach the final seals, Lyra channeled the combined knowledge of all four founders. Hufflepuff's loyalty strengthened her connections to her allies. Ravenclaw's wisdom helped her understand the complex magic at work, Gryffindor's courage steeled her resolve, and Slytherin's cunning showed her how to turn the Order's own magic against them. The battle that followed would be remembered for generations. Spells of incredible power lit up the underground chamber as centuries of magical knowledge clashed. But in the end, it wasn't raw power that decided the outcome, it was understanding. Through her connection to the Founders, Lyra realized that the Nexus wasn't meant to be controlled or possessed. It was the source of Hogwarts magic itself, a wellspring of power that had to remain free and wild. With this knowledge, she did what the Founders had done centuries before. Instead of trying to contain or control the Nexus, she worked with it, channeling its power not to destroy the hereditary order, but to bind them to new purpose. The ancient magic transformed them, stripping away their prejudices and ambitions, leaving them with a profound understanding of what magic truly was: not a tool for power, but a force of nature to be respected and protected. In the aftermath, Hogwarts changed. The barrier between magical and Muggle-born students began to dissolve as Lyra shared the true history of the Founders. Salazar Slytherin's portrait was moved to a place of honor beside the other Founders, his real story finally told. The Chamber of Secrets was repurposed as a place of learning, where students could study the oldest forms of magic under the guidance of all four houses. Lyra remained at Hogwarts after graduation, becoming the youngest professor in recent history. Her ability to communicate with the Founders gradually faded, but their knowledge and wisdom remained, passed on to new generations of students who learned to see magic not as a birthright, but as a gift to be shared. And sometimes in the quiet hours of dawn when the castle was still sleeping, visitors to the Great Hall would swear they could hear the voices of 5 great wizards discussing the future of magic for Founders and one Muggle-born witch who had helped bridge the gap between past and present, between pure blood and Muggle-born, between power and wisdom. For in the end, they had all learned what the Founders had known all along, that magic's greatest strength lies not in its power to change the world, but in its ability to bring people together. Story 9. The ancient halls of Ravenclaw Tower held many secrets, but none quite like the one Helena Blackthorne discovered on that fateful night. Moonlight streamed through the arched windows, casting long shadows across the midnight blue carpet as she traced her fingers along the spines of forgotten tomes in the tower's private library. A 7th-year prefect with an insatiable curiosity, Helena had special permission to access the restricted collection, though even she had never ventured this deep into the stacks before. The grimoire called to her like a whisper in the dark, its leather binding warm to the touch despite the chamber's winter chill. As she pulled it from the shelf, ancient runes flickered across its surface, responding to her touch with an eager gleam. The book's pages fell open to reveal handwritten notes in a script so old it took her several minutes to decipher the first line. To those who seek the truth of the Shadow Council, know that your search may cost you everything. Helena might have dismissed it as another dramatic warning in a school full of them, had the first student not disappeared that very night. Young Timothy Fletcher, a first-year Hufflepuff, vanished from his bed without a trace. The only clue, a strange symbol burned into his pillow, matching one of the runes from the grimoire's pages. As the full moon approached, more students began to disappear. Each vanishing left behind the same haunting mark, a signature of dark magic that seemed to mock the school's vaunted protections. The teachers were baffled, the ghosts were unusually silent, and an atmosphere of fear settled over Hogwarts like a heavy cloak. It was during her investigation of the 3rd disappearance that Helena encountered Marcus Shadowvale. The Slytherin student was kneeling beside another scorched symbol, his wand hovering over it as he muttered complex detection spells. Their eyes met across the empty dormitory, and Helena saw in his face the same grim recognition she felt in her heart. He knew something about what was happening. The Shadow Council, he said without preamble, his voice barely above a whisper. They've been waiting centuries for this alignment of the stars. The disappearances are just the beginning. Marcus revealed his own burden, a family curse that bound his bloodline to the very secret society they now faced. His ancestors had been among the founding members of the Shadow Council, a group of dark wizards who had infiltrated Hogwarts in its earliest days. Their goal: to harness the school's concentration of magical energy to tear down the barriers between the magical and Muggle worlds, exposing their existence in a bid for absolute power. Together, Helena and Marcus began a race against time. The grimoire revealed that the missing students were being held in a pocket dimension, their life force slowly being drained to fuel the council's ritual. Each full moon would claim more victims unless they could find a way to stop it. Their research led them to the deepest parts of the castle, where the very foundations of Hogwarts hummed with ancient magic. Here, in chambers that hadn't seen footsteps in centuries, they discovered evidence of the Council's long-game generations of careful manipulation, positioning their agents throughout magical society, all leading to this moment. But they weren't alone in their fight. A network of unlikely allies emerged from the shadows of Hogwarts. The Grey Lady, usually so aloof, began providing crucial information about the castle's oldest secrets. Peeves, for once serious, revealed hidden passages that even the Marauder's map had never shown. And Professor Nightshade, the mysterious new defense against the dark arts teacher, proved to be a secret keeper of ancient protective magic, passed down through generations of light wizards. The final confrontation came on the night of the Blue Moon, when the Council's power would be at its peak. In the Chamber of Convergence, a vast underground hall where ley lines crossed beneath Hogwarts, Helena and Marcus found the missing students suspended in magical stasis, their life force feeding into a swirling vortex of dark energy. The Shadow Council members revealed themselves teachers, ministry officials, and even students who had been sleeper agents for years. Their leader, wearing robes embroidered with the same runes from the grimoire, stepped forward with a smile that spoke of centuries of patience finally rewarded. But Helena had learned more from the grimoire than the council knew. Its pages contained not just their plans, but their weaknesses. Working with Marcus, whose blood connection to the council gave him unique insight into their magic, she began a counter-ritual that turned their own power against them. The battle that followed would become legend in Hogwarts halls. Spells of incredible power clashed in the underground chamber as Helena and Marcus fought back to back, protecting the imprisoned students while Professor Nightshade led a group of teachers in containing the council's dark magic. The very foundations of Hogwarts seemed to shake as ancient wards activated, responding to the threat to its students. In the end, it was the combination of Helena's brilliant mind and Marcus's inherited knowledge that turned the tide. Using a complex spell formula derived from the grimoire, they created a magical feedback loop that trapped the council members in their own pocket dimension, a prison of their own making. The missing students were freed, their memories of the ordeal mercifully foggy. The exposed council members were taken into custody, their centuries-old conspiracy finally broken. But the greatest changes came in the aftermath. Helena's discovery led to a revolution in how Hogwarts approached its own security. The grimoire, now understood as both warning and weapon, was placed under special protection in a new section of the library dedicated to understanding and defending against dark magic. Marcus, freed from his family's curse, became instrumental in helping identify and dismantle other long-buried threats to the school. Their story became part of Hogwarts' vast tapestry of legends, a reminder that the greatest threats often hide in plain sight, and that unity between houses can overcome even the darkest of magic. The Shadow Council's mark can still be seen in certain places in the castle, but now they serve as reminders rather than threat symbols of a time when two students from different houses came together to save their school from an ancient evil. And if sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, the grimoire's runes still flicker with an inner light, well, that's just another of Hogwarts' countless mysteries, a reminder that some forms of magic never truly fade away. They just wait for the right moment to emerge again. Story 10. Aurora Blackwood, had always been drawn to the forgotten corners of Hogwarts, those dusty spaces where ancient magic lingered like cobwebs and shadows. But even she hadn't expected to find anything quite like this in the abandoned tower behind the astronomy classroom, a grimoire bound in shifting darkness, its pages seeming to breathe in the pale moonlight that filtered through the tower's crumbling windows. The book had called to her, its whispers threading through her dreams for weeks, until she finally followed them to this hidden chamber. As her fingers traced the peculiar symbols etched into its cover, the air around her crackled with residual magic, and the torches along the walls flickered with emerald flames. "I wouldn't open that if I were you, Miss Blackwood." The voice belonged to Professor Thaddeus Grimm, the new Defense Against the Dark arts teacher. His sudden appearance should have startled her, but somehow his presence felt inevitable, as if the grimoire had summoned him too. "Though I suspect you're going to anyway." Aurora met his gaze steadily. "You know what this is?" It wasn't a question, but Grimm answered anyway, his scarred face illuminated by the strange green light. "The elementalist's grimoire. Written by an ancient order of mages who discovered how to weave elemental magic into conventional spellcraft. They were the guardians of Hogwarts before the founders, and their magic still runs deep in these walls, as if in response to his words, shadows began seeping from the castle stones like ink bleeding through parchment. They coalesced into vaguely humanoid shapes, their edges flickering with an inner darkness that seemed to devour the torchlight. And that, Grimm said quietly, drawing his wand, is why the book called to us both. The shadow wraiths are awakening over the next hour, as they fought their way through corridors increasingly thick with living shadows. Grimm explained the truth. The ancient mages had bound elemental spirits to defend Hogwarts, but over centuries their magic had corrupted, turning the spirits into wraiths that sought to drain all magic from the castle's halls. The order didn't die out. He revealed between casting spells that seemed to be equal parts conventional magic and elemental force. We went into hiding, watching, waiting for signs that we would be needed again. I came to teach at Hogwarts because I sensed the bindings weakening. Aurora, who had always had an uncanny talent for picking up new spells, found herself instinctively weaving elements into her defensive charms. Fire and air danced around her shield spells, while earth and water strengthened her stunning hexes. The grimoire's knowledge seemed to flow into her mind as if it had always been there, waiting to be awakened. They made their way to the Great Hall, where the shadows were thickest. The enchanted ceiling, usually showing the night sky, had gone completely dark. Other teachers and students had gathered there, their spells barely holding back the encroaching darkness. "The grimoire chose you," Aurora Grimm said as they watched the shadow wraiths press against the magical barriers. "It recognizes in you what the Order looks for: the ability to see magic, not as rigid rules, but as elements to be woven together in new ways." The next few hours became a desperate race against time. While Grimm coordinated the castle's defense, Aurora pored over the grimoire, learning centuries of elemental magic in moments. The book's pages turned themselves, guiding her to the knowledge she needed. The solution, when she found it, was both simple and daunting. The original mages hadn't just bound the elements, they had balanced them. Over time, as conventional magic became dominant and elemental craft was forgotten, that balance had shifted, corrupting the ancient protections. "We need to recreate the ceremonial circle," she told Grimm, showing him the grimoire's illustrations. "Not to bind the elements again, but to free them properly this time. The ritual would require 4 mages, 1 for each element. Aurora would take fire, its wild creativity matching her own nature. Grimm, steady and immovable, would command earth. They found 2 others among the staff, Professor Flitwick, whose charm work had always had an aerial quality, for air, and Professor Sprout, whose connection to growing things made her perfect for water. As midnight approached and the shadow wraiths grew stronger, the 4 took their positions in the Great Hall. Other teachers and students formed a protective ring around them, holding back the darkness with increasingly desperate spells. Aurora began the incantation, her voice carrying the flames of transformation. Grimm's deep tones added Earth's resonance, while Flitwick's light tenor brought air's movement, and Sprout's rich alto completed the harmony with water's flow. The grimoire floated before them, its pages glowing with remembered power. The shadow wraiths attacked with renewed fury, sensing what they sought to do. But as the four elements came into balance, something remarkable happened. The wraiths began to transform, darkness giving way to pure magical energy. They weren't being destroyed, they were being restored to their original form as elemental guardians. Dawn found Hogwarts transformed. The elemental guardians had taken up their ancient posts again, not as bound servants, but as willing allies. They manifested in subtle ways, helpful breezes carrying messages between towers, small flames lighting the way for lost students, water flowing uphill to reach thirsty plants, and stones shifting slightly to create shortcuts for those in need. The grimoire, its purpose fulfilled, didn't disappear. Instead, it became the foundation of a new subject at Hogwarts. Aurora, recognized by the Order as one of their own, began teaching elemental magic alongside her regular studies. Grimm continued as defense teacher, but now his lessons often included techniques for weaving elements into protective spells. Years later, students would still tell stories about the night the shadows came alive. They spoke of how four teachers had saved the castle by reviving ancient magic, but few knew the full truth. Fewer still noticed how the castle itself had subtly changed, its magic deeper and richer for having reconciled its ancient and modern traditions. And in a tower that was no longer abandoned, Aurora Blackwood continued to study the grimoire that had called to her, discovering new ways to weave the elements into the fabric of magical education. The shadow wraiths never returned, but on quiet nights, those with the ability to sense such things could feel the elemental guardians watching over Hogwarts, their power no longer corrupted by binding magic, but freely given in protection of the castle they had chosen to call home.